Good morning, everyone. Hopefully, everyone had a restful weekend. Lots to discuss in the market. Let's jump right into things here. A new trading week, so lots of price action ahead of the holidays here. YS, good morning. Peter, good morning. YS is considering surrendering and start long. Yeah, this is why we've been accumulating some longs in the market because we have broken out and triggered a bullish formation here. And we're in SPY 680 calls, which, well, we were in those last week, and they're nicely in the money. You can see SPY has triggered that beautiful inverted head and shoulders. This upside target, if this pattern plays out, takes us to 689, 690, just shy of 690. When we look at the QQQ NASDAQ, again, we had this same pattern last week on our chart, just a simplistic inverse head and shoulders. It takes us to 626.40-ish, and obviously that is very, very close to this gap fill, so you'd probably get to that 627 and change area. IWM also triggering a bullish formation, guys, breaking out across all three indices. The NASDAQ Tech led the breakout last week, guys, and it's still leading the market this week. So I've been saying in the member videos, if you are to see a bullish resumption of price action, you want the NASDAQ to lead. Tech always leads in bull markets. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. The S&P doesn't lead because it has some of those staple stocks, utility stocks that generally are more defensive plays and not high beta investments. All right, we have some news around NVDA. NVDA is pushing to the upside again today, so we have been bullish NVIDIA off of this lower boundary range, buying into some common shares and options. We took the 180 calls on NVIDIA in the options group, and NVIDIA is now gapping up $4 here, testing 184 into a previous gap fill. There's going to be a little bit of resistance here on the daily chart of NVIDIA. If we scroll out on a chart, you can see this trend line going back from pivot high to pivot high through this consolidation chop, kind of your little bit of a neckline of this head and shoulders, and we're kind of trading right into that vicinity right now. So, but the news around NVIDIA, they're expecting to ship their H200 chips to China beginning mid-February. So that should boast a little bit of extra confidence. Again, February puts them, their next earnings is February 25th of next year, and we'll see if that can help bump up their H200 sales. All right, let's keep scrolling through the tape here. Peter's saying Ondas looking really, really good. Yeah, drone stocks, guys, again, are still looking very constructive. They've had a really, really big move here in 2025. A lot of these drone stocks, I mean, you simply look at where they started from. Ondas started from like 85 cents here in 2025. You look at DPRO, 2025 starting from down here around 168, trading at now 7. You look at UMAC. So a lot of these names have had huge, huge moves. And honestly, I don't think 2026 is going to be as powerful for drone stocks. I think that there might be a new thematic trade. That being said, chart pattern on Ondas is still looking somewhat interesting here. And if you break out of this downsloping trend line, you got some potential momentum that could squeeze you even higher here. But I'm expecting actually a bit of more profit taking in 20 at the end of the year to come into these names. I mean, when you have a move of this magnitude over 1,000%, I mean 1,500% at the highs, it's pretty crazy. You're probably going to look for some of these profit takers to buy some undervalued names in the new year. Yep, gold looking absolutely strong. Look at gold, 44.22 on deck, busting through a new 52-week high, up 1.94%. Silver as well, ripping to the upside, getting so extended. I mean, the type of deviation move that this is seeing in the metals, guys, especially silver, is one for the ages. They'll be talking about this blow off top move in the precious metals probably for another decade or so. Once this starts to digest and come in, which it will. I know it doesn't seem like it will, but silver is going to have probably a 10 to 20% correction very soon. Maybe it's 2026. but we'll be talking about and studying this blow off top move for quite a long time. I know everyone is getting super, super bulled up. I'm actually starting to nibble on the short side of silver here. Let's look at crude oil, WTI crude, yet again, blasting off up 2.89%, trying to make a move to the high side of this resistance trend line on the daily chart. A little bit of resistance here. There could be a chance that it makes a peekaboo breakout through to this next resistance high, but so far a little bit of daily chart resistance. But it does look like crude oil wants to maybe push up for a 3-bar surge on the daily. And what this could be setting up for crude oil, ladies and gents, is potentially an inverted head and shoulders. We would push up here, create a right shoulder, and then we have a nice little defined neckline. So let's see if that's what occurs in the energy space. But WTI crude looking a little bit better as we speak. Natural gas not really doing too much here. It was positive and it just got slapped right back down. Nat gas looks like it could be weak for the remainder of the year. We'll see what price can do if it can hold this daily chart and weekly chart level, but looking pretty abysmal here on the natural gas daily chart for now. You had that little bit of a pop, and now you're seeing more sell side pressure hitting the tape. The positive for nat gas, you look at some of these natural gas equities, they're still holding some of their technical support zones. EQT, even though they're still looking pretty weak, they're kind of off of their lows a little bit more than the natural gas price itself. All right, let's look at quickly our bond market interest rates. So 10-year yield up 0.39%, fairly muted. 2-year yield up 0.37%, fairly muted. So nothing really to report there in the bond market. Let's go through some of our New York Stock Exchange biggest movers. And if there's any other stocks you guys want me to look at, feel free to put them in. I'm just going to do a quick scan of the NYSE. See if there's anything worth mentioning. UNF here, volume is pretty thin, but the stock is gapping up. Comfort System, G, Carpenter, blah, blah, blah. Cummins, URI. See the top losers. A little bit of weakness in some healthcare stocks. Yeah, getting a big bump up today, guys, after it went sub $1, bouncing to 117. I believe there's a new strategic partnership on DataVault that we need to be aware of. Yeah, US plans to turn content into tokenized cash. Okay. Yeah, what a move on CoreWeave is right. I know. It's crazy, eh? Hitting that symmetrical move, bouncing on high volume. There were a lot of high volume candles, guys, on Friday, which tells me that there's been heavy accumulation in certain stocks and heavy distribution in others. Lots of high volume. Some of the high volume names, guys. Bank of America. Look at the last 2 trading sessions last week on BAC. Huge volume. JP Morgan is even more so impressive. Look at that high volume candle on JP Morgan. Look at the weekly candle volume on JP Morgan. Exceptionally large. Still inside that weekly hangman. So financials showing quite a bit of volume last week in individual names. You got to watch because they're at the 52-week high, so they could potentially come in. Costco, on the other hand, look at that massive volume on Costco. This was the highest volume Costco has traded since 2017, guys, in one single trading day. So, not saying the bottom is in, but usually when you trade that amount of volume, the bottom is very, very close. So, keep your eye on Costco. Walmart, look at the high amount of volume Walmart traded on Friday. Exceptionally large. This is telling us that people are rotating. Huge volume. Whenever you get big volume like that, it means that there's a large amount of buyers, but there's also a large amount of sellers. People often read volume candles wrong. All right, let's see this LAZR after it had a blockbuster day on Friday, getting slapped right back down. So this was the stock intraday that was running up 174%, and look at it now. Boom, down 55% in the blink of an eye. Bag holders. All right, crypto is acting very well here. BTC up 1.5%, testing 90,000. Bitcoin's been very choppy and sloppy. A lot of people have been spooked out saying, oh, BTC is going to break this bear flag. I don't see it. I think it's going to still push up to 100K, and then we'll reassess it. But some of the strongest stocks in the market right now, guys, are some of your crypto stocks. Bitfarms gapping up this morning. MARA gapping up this morning. MSTR gapping up this morning. So a lot of these crypto related plays are strong. All right, let's see what else we got going on. So right now your Qs are up 0.6, IWM's up 0.7, and SPY up 0.5. Amazon, that's another one I like here in the holiday season. That one is gapping up. Look at the high volume on Amazon. Near the lows of the support, massive volume accumulation. That's up 0.7. Microsoft, that's been beaten up here into the end of the year. Also, massive high volume on Friday, potentially showing that there might be some signs of accumulation there. Apple's a little bit weak this morning, slightly negative in the pre-market. You got to watch for a potential head and shoulders on Apple. Look at that volume on Friday. Huge volume. Lots of weird outlier volume candles, guys. Even in mega cap tech, Meta, huge volume candle on Friday. So although the indices didn't trade unusual volume, there were a lot of unusual volume candles across the major indices. Lots. Micron, Western Digital, still strong. AMD, still strong. Quantum stocks remaining firm today. Another day where Rocket Labs, guys, RKLB just squeezing to the high side. Wow, what an impressive move. Super impressive. Rigetti. Friday was OPEX, you're right, but there was more to it than that. There was more to it than that. You typically don't see that high volume. SMR still trading at the lows. Got Tempest here, TEM bouncing here. Let's look at Chinese names. Baba is still trying to hang on to that 150 area. Let's look at Baidu. Baidu still trying to move higher here. Again, potentially a bullish formation on some of these China names starting, guys. Obviously, we got to watch to see which way the wedge pattern breaks. Chopping inside of a wedge. JD still hanging on to some support down here, potentially wanting to create a little bit of a higher low. Bloom Energy bouncing. A-Lab trying to break out of a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Again, a lot of these space-related stocks are still flying to the upside. Crazy. ASTS. Sats. All right, what else we got going on in the tape here? Steel stocks are seeing a little bit of strength. T1 Energy bouncing here, ripping to the upside. So the key resistance, guys, that we need to watch for on your SPY today, this wide range red bar. This was our Monday gap up candle. So 1 week later, look what we're doing. We are gapping up into an area where the market gapped up on a Monday and got absolutely hammered. So this is your near-term resistance that we need to watch for. What are we doing today? We're gapping up on a Monday. Are they going to use this gap up to trim positions? So I'm in SPY 680 calls. I'm looking at trimming half. I'm also looking at trimming half of my NVDA 180 calls in the options group. So selling into this gap up strength is usually what I'm going to be doing. I think we got to watch energy this week. If crude is trying to bounce, XLE is still pretty depressed after it had a pretty big sell program last week. Still pretty depressed here. Names like XOM, also massive, massive volume. Valero has been pretty oversold, trying to hang on to that gap fill. But crude oil is still a tricky trade down here because it could reverse lower in the blink of an eye. But for now, it's acting quite well. Split screen here. As usual, we'll get some of that options data. Again, guys, notoriously, after the markets have had a really big rally, and now a gap up into resistance. You want to just be mindful that we can easily have a reversal back down and then a bounce. So I think protecting short-term trades is the wise thing to do. If you swung anything from Friday, definitely raise your stops, protect the positions. $15 till the open, guys. 15 minutes. See how the market wants to open. Look at the bullish formation that we have triggered. Getting a little extended from our 10-minute EMA. Often when that occurs, get a little bit of a pullback. Hoping they keep SPY pretty elevated here, as I'd like to trim into the strength. Ten minutes till the open. Your dollar, guys, is pretty weak today, starting the weekly session off down 0.38%, losing its 7-day moving average on your DXY chart. DXY trying to put in the early stages of a bit of a bear flag. Looking pretty heavy, really heavy. Wow, natural gas getting liquidated here, down 3.5% right now. New lows here into that gap. Crazy. Crazy move. Maybe that's where they want to take it, to that gap fill this week. That gap fill on nat gas around 353, so another 10 cents lower, which implies roughly about a 2.5–3% drop. Interesting. Gold still strong, silver still holding strength. So again, guys, I highly suggest you keep a window open on NVDA. NVIDIA is the market still, so it's now trying to form a bit of a bottom, which is why the markets are breaking out. You got to respect the tops on NVIDIA, respect the bottoms on NVIDIA, because if that stock bounces, it's just too big not to carry the market like we're seeing right now with QQQ, NASDAQ. Again, we reiterated, there were a number of times last week where we discussed how NVIDIA topped on October 29th, Wednesday, October 29th, and that's exactly when the SPX topped. But the only difference is the markets had a huge bounce, almost back to new all-time highs, but NVIDIA didn't bounce. Now NVIDIA is starting to hold a bit of a double bottom. And let's just be clear, that last earnings report was pretty impeccable on NVIDIA. So not only does it have technical support, but it still has the fundamentals to charge higher. You know, I was looking at some of the metrics last night. I mean, it's net income, it's profitability. You know, you're looking at over 60% I think it was 67% margins on the world's largest company. That's insane. Now, whether or not they maintain that for a long time ceases to remain, but so far they are maintaining that structure. And if they can reiterate solid price action for their H200 chips to China, that's just going to be another big advantage for them. We'll actually put up the NASDAQ QQQ here since that is the leading indice. I think it's important to watch it. So I'll keep up that daily chart or the hourly chart, intraday price action. Let's look at some of these key moving averages as well. So no real daily chart moving average resistance. We have cleared and swept liquidity, and we're looking very bullish. That being said, guys, what do I usually say? Markets gapping up. Gap ups have a high probability of getting faded or at least seeing some profit taking. Reason being is because it's a large window of liquidity that big funds can sell into. So I personally wouldn't chase the gap up on the long side of the morning. Five minutes till the open. So for the week, guys, we're already trading into a deviation band 2. We're breaching the point of control, which is at 682.83. We will populate some of that data once we get the opening candle. Semiconductors are still leading the charge today. That's pretty clear and evident. So we're getting really extended here, guys, on your key moving averages. So big stick in your tech stocks, some weakness in financials off the open. Tesla, Intel got some nice moves. JPM sold off there. Apple sold off. So you're already seeing some of that distribution, guys. Again, raise stops if you swung anything from Friday. Protect positions. Trim into the gap ups. Usually that doesn't steer you wrong. If we get a pullback, there will likely be some opportunity to get long. All right, guys, I trimmed half of my SPY calls. Sorry, I trimmed all of my SPY calls. Also trimming my NVDA position, even though that has quite a bit of time on the clock. This market is looking very, very strong. Right now, you have your QQQ up 0.73. Your IWM is up 0.89%. Sorry, just a little quiet there. We're trimming some positions off the open. So your small caps are leading the charge to the upside. Amazon up 0.34, Microsoft up 0.43, NVIDIA up 1.27. It has pulled in a little bit off that daily chart resistance I put in the group. Apple's negative, Google slightly green, Meta up 1, Tesla ripping up 2.94. S&P 500 is just ridiculously strong right now. We are starting to form that first initial 10-minute candle. Again, if you buy contracts within the first 10 minutes, you're going to be paying for a bit of premium on the IV. You can see that the market is fully bullish right now. We'll see if they can defend pre-market high on your NASDAQ QQQ. Lots of green sticks across the board. China stocks lagging a little bit. NVIDIA is still coming in from the highs just a touch. Look at that nasty stick on the Qs, guys. Your NASDAQ QQQ seeing quite a bit of selling here off of the open. Nasty reversal from the highs. So we took 56% on our SPY swing and 52% on our NVIDIA swing. A little bit of profit taking. This is what we need to be mindful of, guys. When you see that gap up, you just need to be mindful that there could be some selling. Dollar still weak on the session. NVIDIA coming in. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Names like Amazon have gone red. Nice bounce on Tempest AI, baby. Look at TEM ripping. That's crazy. Wow, look at the reversal on your QQQ NASDAQ, guys. That is a hard candle down. This is exactly what you need to be mindful of on gap ups. They can sell liquidity in the blink of an eye. Market's still strong, but huge profit taking, and that's why we were trimming off of the open. It's April. Trade position, guys, is Tempest AI, TEM bouncing. We did a nice little write-up on that regarding their data flywheel and their secret sauce. So Tempest AI bouncing, trying to recapture the daily 7 and 200 moving average. NVDA is still trying to hold steady. NVIDIA's 50 moving average, guys, at 185.65. If the market can hold these gains, that's where NVIDIA could go today, is its 50-day moving average. So keep that level on watch. QQQ, SPX. Let's look at our SPX here. You can see the SPX gapping up, coming in just a little bit now. My, oh my. Are they going to crack this opening range? Here goes the markets, guys. Uh-oh. Of selling, guys, coming into the tape. Certain stocks are holding steady, but you are getting some selling under the hood. Webull acting well, Bitfarms acting well, Rocket Labs. Oh my goodness, I don't even want to look at the chart on Rocket Labs because, wow, we were in the low 40s there. Nike's gone red a little bit. AMD's given up some gains. Still positive. Western Digital has turned negative. Wow. We do have some data. 683. Thank you, JP. 683 call wall. 700.1 million net gex. So 683 is your call wall. 680 is the put wall. Interesting how that flips. So 680 is going to be a big support off that put wall. And 680, let's just change this here. 683 call wall. So we are above the call wall for now. That's where you want to see it hold. If we lose the 683 call wall, guys, things could get pretty nasty. We could test the put wall. And that would set up structurally the exact same way as last week Monday, where we gapped up and just absolutely got wrecked. So if we lose 683 call wall here, you could probably take puts down to gap fill. That would not be bad. Also a lot of open interest on the 690 call wall. Thanks, JP. See. Interesting. Super strong. Rigetti, Rocket Lab, super strong. Wow. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rocket Lab start to come in, guys, from the highs here. You've done a 3-bar surge on the daily. I'm going to take some common shares short Rocket Labs, guys. RKLB. RKLB 76.40. I just shorted RKLB 76.40. This is a half position on Rocket Labs, guys. This is a little bit of a day trade. It's very risky. I would add to the position at 77.50, basically $1 higher. All right, I think Rocket Labs can actually give back all of these gains, guys. UNG still falling sharply. Tempest AI still holding. S&P trying to crack that opening range. Sitting right on that OR low. Let's see if Rocket Labs can give up the goods, guys. Let's see if it wants to come in. It's had a huge move on the daily chart. 1, 2, 3 bar surge, high volume. I wouldn't be surprised to see this one go negative. There's probably going to be some profit taking. You just swept the 52-week highs with massive force. A little extended. It's risky to short, but I think it has a strong chance coming in here. We'll see what happens. Again, not doing the options, but just with common shares. Carvana's gone negative. Netflix has gone negative. Some nat gas stocks under pressure here. Meta's still strong. Drone stocks strong. Quantum strong. Interesting. So right now, SPY's 15-minute chart, guys, it is getting rejected off a standard deviation 2 band for the week. We put that chart in the S&P group, and that is near-term resistance. So far, we're underneath it. The positive sign is you're holding above your point of control, which is at 682.83. So that POC just so happens to align with that massive call wall that we just put in the group. And again, you lose 683 call wall, that is your near-term support. We could flush pretty hard back down to gap. So just understand that. We're cracking opening range low, which is a little bit of a bearish breakdown right now. If Rocket Labs falls back down to this white trend line here, call it 74 bucks, that's its previous all-time high. That would be about a 3% drop. Still some stocks that are holding some really, really decent strength here, guys. You look at Constellation Brands, which has been weak. Absolutely big move back to the upside here. Tempest AI, which sold off pretty much all last week, holding some really strong price action. Meta still holding some really strong strength, but you've had Amazon go negative, Microsoft down 0.5%, Apple is negative, Google negative, Netflix negative. NVDA is still trying to hold some strength here, but seeing a little bit of selling off the 184 level. SPX still trying to hold that phenomenally strong gap up. Seeing a little bit of distribution. Lots of red starting to appear on the screen, guys. Lots of red. Let's look at our sector performance. Right now we have staples down 0.81%, real estate down 1.17%, utilities down 1.28%. Getting rejected pretty hard. Your strongest sector this morning is XLY, consumer discretionary, so names like Amazon, Tesla, Home Depot, etc. Second strongest sector is XLE, energy. Then you have financials trying to show some strength. Communications shows some strength. XLK is just barely green on the session. S&P still trying to defend that opening range low. Still above that 683 call wall. Natural gas getting fully liquidated, down 5%. Crude oil up 2.6. Bitcoin still holding steady, up 1.37. S&P and Qs are kind of neck and neck right now. So Qs are starting to lose their leadership from this morning, which is a little bit of a bearish indication. The fact that your S&P 500 is trying to take leadership over the Qs, it makes me a little bit concerned. We could actually sell off here. That's a little bit of a bearish intraday signal. The positive for the market, your Russell 2000 is holding some strength. That's up 0.89%, leading the charge for now. But we all know mega cap tech, if that starts to sell, it's going to pretty much drag most things down. NVDA coming in. SPY, if that loses that opening range low, guys, we might see a flush. Regional banks are holding steady. Retail, seeing a little bit of weakness. Interesting. High volume names, Rocket Labs, Iron, Open Door, Palantir, BMNR, Intel, Micron, Plug, Warner Bros. All in the high volume list. CoreWeave up another few percentage points again. Still seeing the S&P fairly heavy here. Fairly heavy. Rocket Labs, guys, coming in a little bit. Come on, RKLB. Get yourself a little bit cheaper here. Let's look at the IWM. That's still holding strength. QQQ, guys, still holding some technical strength. Silver still up 3%. Amazon back to the green side. Crypto stocks still holding strength. Rigetti having a nice day. Datavault still up 12% or so. Come on, RKLB. Sell this name down. Go negative on the tape, guys. This is our free little day trade idea of the session. Shorting Rocket Labs. It's very aggressive. It's risky, but I like the setup a lot. Dollar still getting liquidated here. Microsoft, Apple, Google still struggling immensely, guys. S&P still trying to hold that opening range, so they could chop us here in this range for a little bit until they decide to break us down. Look at Rocket Labs. SPY still holding some technical strength and resiliency here. Meta ripping up 2%. Rigetti up 7.5%. Ripping. Tesla making new highs here. Crazy. Elon Musk pumping in that liquidity. Elon Musk can support the stock with his new net worth alone. Look at that new all-time high in Tesla, guys. Crazy, eh? New all-time high. Also getting somewhat extended up here. Don't be surprised if you see a little bit of reversal. If we hit 500 on Tesla, guys, there's going to be a ton of selling, I think, off that level. That's a psychological number. Come on, Rocket Labs, come on in. Tesla 497 there. Crazy. But don't FOMO chase Tesla up here, guys. I would not be chasing Tesla up here. S&P still a little bit weak here. Trying to hold structure. Tesla still trying to push for new highs. Here we go. So again, we pulled profits on NVDA this morning in our options group, netted 52% gain on our 180 calls. We pulled 56% gain on our SPY calls, and now the day trade we're in is short on RKLB. We also just took a spread trade in our S&P 500 group. Still got individual names holding strength, but it's a mixed bag of tricks. You're definitely seeing some of that rotation. Some of that money rotating around. Tesla Meta holding. NVIDIA is still holding. SPY ripping here. Absolutely flying. Marijuana stocks taking on the chin today. They're getting hit pretty hard. NVIDIA is still flexing its muscles, holding 183. A lot of bottom wicks showing some signs of accumulation. So hitting some really decent resistance just shy of that 499 area coming in on the 10-minute chart. I think you need to watch Tesla this morning, guys. It's your mega cap tech stock that is making new all-time highs, 52-week highs. Very strong. It's the strongest mega cap tech name today. So I would highly suggest you keep a window open. Tesla's going to show some of that more of that retail liquidity bias where it is right now. You are seeing a tiny touch of sell side off that 499 resistance zone. So keep a window on Tesla. If Tesla starts to sell off harder here, it could be leading the market a little bit lower. Still have semiconductors holding strength as well. That's been a little bit of a character change in the market, guys. A positive for the market is that usually in the past 12 months or so, we haven't seen Tesla and semiconductors rally simultaneously. It's usually been semis rallying, Tesla selling. Today we're actually seeing semiconductors rallying and Tesla rallying. So a little bit of a structure change there. They've been very, very inversely correlated, NVIDIA, Tesla, and Tesla semis. But today they're all rallying. So strong, strong tape still. Very strong tape. Gold and silver still acting well. Crude oil still holding gains. BTC pushing above 90K. Russell 2000 still holding. Big push on the market. Google still struggling a little bit here. Ethereum up a couple percent. PayPal up slightly. QBTS, wow, up 11.3% on quantum. UAMY up 17. Crazy. UVXY getting crushed down 4%. Tempest AI, guys, having a solid day on TEM. I like it. New high of day for TEM, guys. New high of day. Beautiful. The risk to reward is setting up a little bit of a short trade here in the market. Tesla is starting to reverse from the highs a little bit, guys. Tesla is seeing a little bit of profit taking. Again, we'll see if Tesla's showing us a little bit of leadership here in the market. We'll see if that's any indication. Market's still pushing. NVIDIA is trying to give us another high sweep here. I just took a 683 put play on SPY. 0. Stop loss is fairly tight. 8-cent risk. Wow, natural gas getting liquidated here. Pushing back up. NVIDIA is still trying to push. Tesla's still up 2.7%, but coming in from the highs, back under its previous all-time high pivot, but just slightly under. NVDA catching some bullish liquidity right now. Silver's still holding steady, seeing a little bit of profit taking, but not much. Tesla coming in harder here. NVIDIA is still holding steady. Microsoft, Apple still struggling, Netflix struggling, Meta still pushing up 1.93, Google's flat. SPY's trying to push here even higher. On the 1 minute chart, we're trying to hold structure. Possibly. Possibly is, yes. Looks like it could gap and crack here a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised. But semis are still strong. You know, it's not a bad risk to reward here, Caleb, for Micron. Not bad. The only problem is like NVIDIA. I don't know. NVIDIA could lift the whole semiconductor market higher here, but definitely. All right, guys, puts are printing here. Beautiful. You have my first TP zone here. 683.25. I'll look to trim half. Come on. I'd protect the trade if you're in it with me. All right, beautiful little drop there on SPY. Nice decline, guys. I'm going to trim half at TP1, guys. I'm going to trim half at TP1. SPY's melting. Market's bullish. We're still in our opening range candle. It's just chopping around here. Market's acting okay. We're still holding our opening range formations. You can see we're still above OR low, below OR high. Just digesting price action here. It's choppy. Tesla coming in much, much harder here. Come on, a little bit more of a dip. A little bit more of a dip. Big push on SPY. Potential signs of maybe an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute SPY chart, guys. You have a little bit of a micro left shoulder, a head right shoulder. It hasn't broken out yet, but it's probably going to try to. So just be understanding that there's maybe a bit of a bullish formation forming on your SPY chart. Maybe. Tesla still seeing a little bit of distribution at the highs here. Still above its prior day high, so holding structure. Come on, SPY. I have a break-even stop on my SPY puts, just in case we try to break out here for a new high. SPX still holding 68.66. Rocket Lab still holding. Rigetti pushing. Yeah, metals are printing today, Dom. Gold 44.22, still up 1.92. You got your dollar super soft. Rocket Labs pushing 76.60. Here we go. Come on. SPY dripping. Tesla new lows inside of its initial 10-minute candle here. So Tesla getting dripped on here. Coming in pretty hard on Tessie. It's hurting your NASDAQ QQQ. Big drop on your SPY. Still trying to defend price. We're still holding above our opening ranges. This is falling pretty sharply here, guys. It could be a little bit of a forward indication of where the market wants to go. Tesla loses prior day high. Not a good sign. Not a good sign if Tesla loses prior day high. Look at how extended we are on the SPY from prior day. So Tesla could be a bit of a leading barometer today. Coming in pretty sharply here. Rocket Lab seeing a hard candle down. Meta's starting to give up some of the gains. Google's about to go negative. Microsoft, Apple still struggling. NVDA still holding. Big drop there, guys. Big drop. All right, guys, I just took half of my SPY puts off the table. 50% gain there. You, look at that TP1 target hit on SPY, guys. Stop is at break even on the rest of the runners. Trade is risk free, guys. That's one live trade called out here that we already just closed, and we're still looking for Rocket Labs to do the good old fashioned gap and crack, guys. Watching this Tesla chart though. Tesla's trying to bounce off its prior day high. Wow, look at the bounce on Constellation Brands today, guys. STZ, damn, up 3.5% on STZ, ripping. Ripping. Tempest AI, guys, up 4.47. Almost got our $70 calls in the money today. Very strong. Wow, Bitfarm's still moving. Mara is still strong day. SMR is still strong day. Nuclear having a nice day. Guys, Tesla is starting to get a little bit heavy up here. Look at that, cracking through that prior day high. This is why I said don't chase Tesla. Look at Tesla. Oh my goodness, they are dumping that liquidity hard, guys. Hard, hard, hard. Tesla is about to test its opening range low candle. Not a good sign. Market is still holding its opening range low here, guys. But definitely coming in here a little bit. SPY still coming in a little bit, guys. Heavy here. Needs to make a stand here. If this is to retest the bullish highs, you don't really want to see it lose this pivot that it just made. But Tesla coming in. Qs are still coming in. Can we see the good old-fashioned gap and crack? As we scroll through the list here, still an impressive amount of strength across the landscape, but it's mixed. Not everything is performing. Even though the markets are positively strong today, you still got some weakness in some individual names. Roku having a nice day. SMCI up 1.3%. Nuclear stocks still ripping. Rivian has gone negative, guys, so be careful. Again, another leader in the EV space has been Rivian lately. Rivian's gone negative, so are we going to see Tesla go negative? We might. If it follows Rivian, we might. Wow, look at SPY. We still have our puts printing, guys. That was a free call out that we put here in the chat. Our 683 puts are now in the money, guys. Pleasure doing business with you all. Please hit that like button. Look at that. Shorted right up here on this candle. Boom. 683's in the money. We are still looking to print on Rocket Labs, guys. TP2 coming into play. We are cracking that opening range low again. Come on, keep flushing us. Keep flushing us. Give us a new low. Now where we could potentially go, we have this cool little intraday channel. If this doesn't hold, guys, we could see this little channel play out here on SPY. This is a very short-term trading channel, but it could work out quite nicely. Maybe you flush into this 1 minute EMA. Let's see. Double bottoms trying to hold, but we're cracking that OR low. Rocket Labs coming in. Testy, guys, still super heavy here. Look at that. SPY cracking lower, guys. 683 is still in the money. I think we got lower to go. See if we can get 100%. There we go. We're still getting some lower boundary wicks, guys. They're trying to stick save it off that low, but we are cracking that range low. Rocket Labs coming in hard. Tesla's still coming in. NVDA seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Apple, Microsoft still looking heavy. Google went to the bearish dark side. SPY's getting a big bounce, sweeping the low of day on SPY and bouncing it pretty hard. Question is, are we going to get slapped right back down off that opening range low? So still looking heavy here, guys. SPY still struggling under that opening range low, guys. We're still holding above that 683 call wall. But if we lose that, this market can melt. Again, I said that off the open. If we lose that call wall, the market can melt. Look at your QQQ, guys. Underperforming here. SPY. It's in the market. SPY still seeing some pretty decent sell side pressure. Again, 683 call wall needs to hold, or we run the risk of falling. So they're still defending that 683 call wall for now. See if they can get us back above opening range low. I think you can long this market above OR low, but if you lose it, you need to get out of those trades. The only dark side is that NASDAQ is still looking heavy here. NVIDIA's coming in. Big bounce on the market, guys. Huge mounts. Looks like a bit of a liquidity grab there. QQQ really didn't bounce at all. Qs are still pretty heavy. Tesla's still coming in. NVIDIA curling to the downside here. Oh, excuse me. This one. Rocket Lab's still coming in a little bit, testing 75 bucks, still up 6.4%. QQQ bouncing pretty hard here. Potential W formation building. It hasn't triggered, but if you get a trigger here, but if this W formation can break out on your SPY, guys, I mean, you should have a pretty big move to the upside, which could put you at 685 on SPY. W formation breakout puts you much higher, but it hasn't broken out. Again, the larger time frame on your QQQ is still bullish. Just remember that. And market's pushing here. Right back to the high of that channel. Tesla getting a nice bounce. Rocket Lab's bouncing. Big level for your S&P 500 here. QQQ still trying to flex its muscles. Wow, look at this STZ, guys. Constellation Brands still pushing. Tempest AI still showing. Three, five, six consecutive green candles here. Up 1.34%, coming into a wide range red bar breakdown. So you're still seeing some resistance off that dark pool print on SPY, guys. Markets are catching a really sizable bid here. Trying to break out here on your SPY. It's still holding majority of its strength here. Again, I got stopped out on break even on my SPY puts. We took 50% trim, hitting TP1. Should have taken TP2 target, but never quite kissed my level. So it does look like they're trying to push this market back to our opening range high. You can see it on the 1 minute chart. Opening range high is still quite a ways away here. IWM still holding really bullish structure. QQQ trying to hold steady. The negative for the market is Tesla, your leading mega cap name, struggling immensely, guys. Apple, struggling. I'm still a little skeptical of this market rally, guys, because when I look at things structurally, your NASDAQ was your strongest indice during the pre-market morning session. Now it's your weakest indice. So what you want to see, if this is a true trend day to the upside, I want to see the NASDAQ recapture its leadership. But right now, you got too much weakness in Apple. Apple's selling off pretty hard. You got still a little bit of weakness in Microsoft. And then obviously Tesla was up over 3%. That's come in pretty hard on some high volume. So this little bit of a pop up and rally is pretty suspect to me. I think you can long SPY above dark pool print, but if you start to lose this dark pool print area, then you can short it back down. Let's see what happens here, guys. Nice decline on Carvana today. That's struggling. CVNA has been another leading stock, guys. You're still testing a major deviation band 2 for the week on SPY, which is sitting around just shy of 684. Still inside a lot of chop here, guys. Just be careful. The market could consolidate here in a tight range. We do have at least a nice little trading opening range at about $1.30. So shorting the high, buying the low of the ranges are your better risk to reward. Still waiting on Rocket Labs to come in a little bit. Tesla, guys, is still seeing quite a bit of rejection off that prior day. I still am seeing weakness in your Qs, guys. Your QQQ not really leading the charge right now. Maybe it'll change, but I don't like the fact that the NASDAQ is lagging here. That still gives me some slight bearish undertone in the market. That being said, the larger time frames are still very bullish. Your hourly, 4-hour, daily, still very bullish. All right, SPY looking a little bit better here. So a couple weeks out, 690. Lot of open interest at the 690 spot for SPY call wall. Right now you got 1.6 billion net GEX at the 690 call wall. 687, you got 1.2 billion. 685, you got 1.2 billion. Interesting. Net GEX. So they could try to push us here to 685. 685 is a lot of net GEX. On the downside, your big level is 680. But 683, there's still a pretty large amount of GEX there, just under a billion. If we lose this dark pool print, guys, that's technically a short. Long above that dark pool, short below. For simplicity, Tesla struggling here. Just keep in mind that this is a shortened trading week with the holidays approaching on the 25th, so your options contracts will decay a lot faster. Just keep that in mind if you're taking weeklies. Quantum stock still holding ridiculous strength. Drone stock still holding really, really firmly. Nuclear holding really, really firmly. You're seeing a lot of those high beta stocks, robotic stocks ripping. So a lot of those IWM components. Crypto has faded a little bit. BTC getting sold into here, back under 9 DK. This is all happening while your dollar is still weak. Crude oil still holding up 2.6%. Apple still struggling. Microsoft struggling. Google struggling. Netflix struggling. Lilly struggling. Yeah, no, definitely not happy with it. Them seizing. You know, they've been doing that for a long time, the US. They've just been doing it without the media outlets. But it's not really anything new, US seizing Venezuelan oil tankers. It's been happening for a long time. But yeah, I did see that. It's a good piece of news. Again, when you have the second most reserves in the world, or no, the most reserves in the world, you're naturally going to have a target on your back. The US loves that oil supply. Whether or not there's drugs on the boat or not on the boat, a lot of money to be made by the US by seizing those boats. And then obviously that disrupts other BRICS countries and China and so on and so forth. All right, SPY back under that dark pool print, guys. Again, short below, long above. Simplistic trading strategy for the day. QQQ looking heavy here. Tesla still looking heavy. Carvana falling sharply. NVDA is seeing a little bit more sell side, but still up 1.2, putting in some decent consolidation on its 10-minute chart. But if it loses 183, you could see a decent sell. Silver still up 2.44%, holding steady. Dollar still getting faded here. Natural gas still getting clobbered, down 6%. Nastiness on natural gas. All right, there goes the Qs, guys. New low of day. Again, your NASDAQ is flailing here and losing leadership. Repeat, tech is starting to weigh in on the market. And the market can't really hold up if tech starts to roll here. And we're seeing that roll heavy here. Look at SPY getting cracked right back down. NASDAQ getting cracked. Here we go. If we lose opening range low and the 683 call wall, things are going to melt. This could be a potential failed W formation. We could have a failed bullish breakout. They all, you know what they say, right? A failed bullish move results in a big bearish move. You could easily see a move down to 681.40. Now, Here we go. It's like a failed bull move, guys, on the market. We're melting lower here. This is all happening while your dollar is still exceptionally weak. SPY is melting. Here we go. We rolling heavy. This is a failed bullish move, guys. Failed breakout on SPY's chart. Look at them liquidate that. That was a hard sell candle. Hard sell. If you want to chase 682 puts, it's aggressive and risky, but you could get a quick continuation here. Tesla, NVDA breaking down pretty sharply. Wow, that's nasty. SPY still green. QQQ wants to potentially go negative here, guys. Qs are almost negative. So did print a new low of day as well. So TSLA continues to show some weakness. Amazon back to the dark side, going slightly negative. Crypto is weak, guys. So SPY sitting right at 683 call wall. Right at that 683 call wall. I am back in some SPY puts, very aggressive, chasing 682s. Tight stop loss, 10-cent risk. And the only thing I don't like about this trade is the hourly and 4-hour chart is still bullish on your markets. Just your intraday smaller time frames are bearish. So I don't know how much further we got to the downside. So guys, if these puts start to push up 30+%, definitely look to trim. If you take out this low and keep stops tight if you're looking to short this market because like I said, your larger time frame is still somewhat bullish. pop there. These are still fairly heavy here. Still getting reject off the opening range low. NASDAQ tech is still heavy. Rocket Lab's under 75. Did get stopped out there, guys. A lot of shenanigans here on the 683 and opening range low level. Lots of weird price action starting. NVDA catching a really big liquidity handle here on the 10-minute chart. Tesla seeing a nice bid. Your NASDAQ is trying to recapture some bullish levels here. Lots of chop in the indices, guys. Still haven't given us a directional break. The only thing we can really trade off in your larger time frame, swing trading, we're still in a bullish breakout here of an inverted head and shoulders. You see your QQQ. This pattern still is upside to about 626, but they could be really nasty and chop us here. Again, you've recaptured that dark pool print, which is technically bullish, but you've seen them make quick and sudden moves down, moves up, so. Amazon back to the green side, Google back to the green, Apple, Microsoft still struggling, QQQ still lagging the S&P, S&P lagging the Russell. Russell's just head and shoulders above the rest of the indices, acting very, very bullish in small cap land. S&P right back to the high of the channel. Markets are trying to break out here yet again. Another attempt. Still putting in some lower highs, guys, intraday and lower lows. So the short term trend is still down. What you need to see is a clearing of this high pivot to give us our first intraday higher high. So it's a big area in the market coming up here, but we're still technically in a little bit of a downtrend with high, lower high, lower high, lower high. This could be our fourth lower high intraday if you lose this. And then we got a low, lower low, and a lower low. So the very short-term trend intraday is bearish. But if you take out this high on a closing basis, that would be our first higher high, and then we now flip bullish. And then that could be the indication of that larger time frame trend on your hourly and 4-hour chart could start to grab a hold of this market. But we're still getting rejected in lower highs, so puts are still favored off of this resistance. Look at that, bulls are getting rejected yet again. So that's just simple intraday trend analysis using lower high pivots and lower low pivots. So that's the next big zone here, guys. That high pivot there, which on that candle on SPY, the high of it is 683.98. So we're not that far away. Look at that, still seeing lower highs, guys, for now. Still trying to fight for that higher high, guys. This is still technically a shortable zone until you get that higher high close. So Tesla's still struggling underneath its prior day high into its gap window, below its opening range low candle. NVDA still chopping in a tight range. Look at that, guys. Still seeing hard rejection on your S&P. No higher high in place. Now we see, are we going to test a lower low? Look at that rejection. So again, we could see a big move here, guys. The liquidities could be injected with force here. If we take out this higher high, you're going to see a lot of algorithmic buying and traders start to chase higher price action here. You could see a quick squeeze back to 684.50. If we can clear this higher pivot, you might see a big move in the indices here. This will be our first higher high intraday if we clear it, which would be the very first near-term intraday bullish trade signal. All right. So if you're shorting here, keep your stops very tight. You want to see at least a 1 minute candle close, but preferably a 3 to 5 minute candle. Market's looking a little bit better here. All right, guys, I'm in back in SPY puts, trying to short this resistance, keeping a stop tight. Higher high close will be my stop loss. So the risk is very small. Tesla is showing some strength. That's trying to push back higher. So catching some liquidity. NVDA looking a little bit better here. QQQ trying to flex its muscles a little bit. Still got weakness in Apple, Microsoft, Amazon. But Tesla trying to recapture PDH 490.49. NVIDIA trying to break to a high of day. You are getting a little bit of strength coming back into your DXY, trying to make a bit of a 10-minute bullish engulfing candle. Silver coming in a little bit. Still up 2.4%. Your dollar, guys, trying to get a little bit of a bump up here. We'll see if that influences SPY in a negative way. Still haven't got that higher high, guys, but we're close. They're gonna try. Still struggling here at this upper resistance zone. Markets are pinned for now. They're loading up liquidity, guys. They're loading up liquidity. We should get a big move one way or another. Whichever way it's going to break will be a pretty big squeeze. Tesla catching a nice bid here. So that was your leading stock in the morning, and it's getting a really big move back above its prior day high. NVDA has established a nice intraday potential 10-minute bull flag pattern. So some charts are looking a little bit better here. Consolidation is key. Here comes our higher high test in the market. They're very close to giving us that first higher high. Still don't have it in SPY, but super close. They're so close. Look at that. If that's a failure, guys, that would be nasty. Still trading into a standard deviation 2 resistance band for the week. Still haven't given us a higher high. Seeing a potential failure here, guys. That could be nasty. That could be nasty. Here we go, guys. Could be a failed higher high test there. Look how close we came. That is crazy. That was close. But technically, we did not achieve. Still holding dark pool print. Channel. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Come on. Take us down. NVIDIA did get a higher high there, so the world's largest company printed a higher high, but it was a wick high, not a closing high. We'll see if it wants to retest that liquidity, but hard volume rejection in intraday. Interesting. Still looks like a bit of a failure on SPY, guys. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt, though. Still fighting this higher high, lower low trend, guys, in the market. Sick, guys. S&P looks like it wants to make another charge for that higher high, guys. There's still a bunch of chop here. Puts are still favored until we clear this high. We clear this high, then you're going to see a bunch of call flow likely get pushed into this market. But technically this is still resistance, so it's shortable, but keep those stops tight in case they want to push it through this higher high. Looks like they might try to do it. Tesla's made a nice recovery. Here we go. First higher high, 683.98, guys. Big resistance zone, 683.98. Still haven't given it to us. Still trying. NVDA softening up a bit. Look at that. Another rejection right off that higher high. Still never got it. This is why higher highs and lower lows are important to understand. It's a very simple way to identify a trend. And right now the trend is still technically down intraday until we get that first higher high print. Then we're going to get a monster move and probably squeeze to this opening range high and potentially that 685 heavy interest zone. Did it push squeeze mode? That's the higher high there. That's the breakout. If you get a positive 1 minute close here, puts are gonna get crushed. Nice squeeze. You see what I'm talking about? Higher high, first higher high in the market. 17 seconds left in the candle. It's looking pretty solid. Three seconds. Boom. Higher high was achieved, guys. Higher high was achieved. So let's see if they defend this pullback. So now this is technically your support zone at 683.98. You can go long off that level with a tight stop loss underneath that. Squeeze in the market, guys. Big squeeze. That's what we're looking for. Higher high was achieved. The squeezy squeezy. Back to opening range high. Looking solid now. Looking very solid, guys. Look at us squeezing. Holy moly. Crazy, eh? We're going to probably take out this opening range high. There's a very aggressive short trade at a Pierce of OR high, but this market, whoa, look at that. As soon as we made that higher high, guys, look at the squeeze. Jeez. Crazy, eh? And one could argue there's a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders intraday that triggered, which gives you a move. Yeah, back to that 685 plus area. A lot of open interest there. So you can see how the importance of higher highs and lower lows is. We took out that higher high and boom. Instant liquidity rally. push, guys. Opening range high, retest. Now you'll have a bunch of orb traders starting to pile in. Again, there's a little bit of an aggressive short off that area. I still think that we could push higher here. Crazy move. Crazy move, for sure. Your Pierce of opening range high again, very aggressive short up here. I would wait personally to at least we get 684.70 and buy out of the money puts if you're looking to short. Very aggressive short up here. 684.70, very aggressive. But it could work out. I'd buy the 685 puts if you're going to do it. But it would be in and out, guys. You got to take your profits quick. If you're going to short 684.70 with 685 puts, you got to be in and out. Very quick, scalp it. Like we're talking 10 to 20% gain in and out. It's still looking fairly strong, guys. Now, if you're shorting, I don't think there's much downside. It's quick scalps on the short side if you're shorting. The market looks trendy today. Looks like they want to keep squeezing this market higher. Your NASDAQ QQQ starting to gain a little bit of momentum as well. Again, puts may get burned out today, guys. This looks trendy. If you're in puts, the dump may only come in the afternoon, so just understand. Look at them squeeze it. Whew. That is a nice impulse move. Dips are being bought. Dips are being bought. So that's looks like that's pretty much going to be your pullback, maybe back to opening range high here. I'm not too sure how deep we're going to go, but if you scalp short there, I would be out of the trade. It looks like we're going to press here. Um, tough market to short right now, guys. Higher highs, higher lows now. We're above opening range high. If you get a pullback to OR high, that's a big area that I do believe the bulls will try to defend. Also pretty decent long low, but they could trend us still higher. They could really push us. You look at the structure of the market, the S&P cleared its initial high. The QQQ, if the Qs test the high of day, imagine that, which is at 621.62, how high do you think SPY is going to go? New high, guys, new high. Again, QQQ is still roughly what, a dollar 80, dollar 70-ish off of its high of day. So I mean, wow, SPY is still ridiculously strong here. Yeah, it's more than a. It's crazy. That's crazy. Big breakout stick on solar stocks. Let's look at some of these other ones. Ticker Run. Yeah, Run getting a breakout. CS, is it IQ? Yeah, CSIQ, Canadian Solar. Wow, big stick to the upside. Let's look at Maxon Solar. MAX, still lagging a little bit, but also trying. Enphase Energy, EMPH. Yeah, also breaking out here. Wow. Yeah, good move, guys. Good move. But Look at Constellation Brands today, ripping. How is what's that other beverage company, the higher bit, Celsius, CellH? Ah, CellH, interesting. That's still been pummeled over the last several weeks. Maybe Celsius is going to catch a bit into first quarter 2026. Interesting. Very cool. Yeah, solar stocks ripped, guys. NVDA, Quantum Scale. Let's look at AppLovin. AppLovin at the highs. PLTR. Yep, still strong. Hood. Hood still putting in a bit of a base down here. Roblox. Wow, look at Roblox, eh? Went from the strongest stock to now getting pummeled. Interesting area down here for a swing. But damn. How's H&R Block doing? Because that could be one that catches a nice bid into the first half of the year. H&R Block seasonality period coming up here. It's been pummeled. Not a bad zone. Interesting. Not a bad zone. Looking at Rigetti here. Rigetti moving today. SMR moving. Rocket Labs pushed to the high of the day. I did get stopped at break even, guys, on RKLB. Warned you to put that break even stop in place. That one did stop me out, even though it's even more extended now. Tough market to short right now, guys. Very tough. I think the end of the day sell-off can come in around that power hour time frame. I don't see them giving us a waterfall sell-off intraday today. You got too much. You got a shortened trading week. You got the Santa Claus rally. A lot of open interest still higher above, but I still see us going higher today. That being said, I'm not really in any sort of a day trade today. We did take profits on our SPY 680 calls and NVDA. Still have a few different other longs on the table. Nice selling in Carvana. Good to see that that name, even with a strong market, is still under a lot of pressure. We're basically almost up on our short double digits. I'd love to see them test this weekly low on Carvana, guys. So that weekly low is kind of my first area where I consider taking some profit on my Carvana short. Let's look at Costco real quick. Costco again continues to remain weak. Those high volume candles still, we're close to a bottom, but still weak. Let's look at Walmart. Yep, Walmart's pulling back as well. Interesting. GIS, Procter. Interesting. How's GoDaddy? GDDY. I think GoDaddy can have a strong first quarter next year. It's been oversold. Strong fundamentals still. Very strong fundamental. Highly profitable. Still growing revenue. Backtesting support. Let's look at this IT. Yeah, IT is also establishing a stage 1 base here. Another one that could potentially make a turnaround story. Looks kind of interesting. Let's look at financials here. JP Morgan. Still trying to push for highs. Bank of America. Still strong. Wells Fargo. Still strong. Citigroup. Ridiculous. KRE. Still holding positive structure. XLF. Still ridiculously strong. JD. Still trying to put a base. Some CI. Still trying to put a base here. Let's look at China names. TME. Still struggling. Baidu. Still trying. Yin. Webull trying to put a little bit of a low in here. Nice high volume candle on Friday. Looking to close above it today. Snapchat. Snapchat, I'm surprised hasn't broken out of its range yet. One that's just lagged immensely. Nike still dripping, guys, lower and lower. My next level is approaching soon, but it's around that 57-ish. We have a big gap fill, previous gap fill. Nike still coming in. Lululemon still softening after it had that initial gap up on the investment announcement. Back testing its 7-day. We'll see if it can hold here. Let's look at Victoria's Secret, VSCO. Yeah, it's still holding. How's Under Armour doing? Under Armour still trying to build this base down here. Ondas still ripping. DPRO still ripping. Silver coming in a little bit. Meta, that's given up a lot of its gains. Google, it's given up some of its gains. How are these energy stocks doing? XOM, still bouncing. Valero, still trying to bounce. Oxy, still trying to bounce. Rig, still bouncing. OKE, still choppy. CTRA, interesting. SLB, silver's getting a little bit choppy here, guys. Some big sell candles to the downside. Look at dust today. Down 7.72. Nasty.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah, thank you. Let's pivot on back to the markets though,
yeah,
because
that was
I
gonna
think
be very
we've dedicated way too much time to this. And in that segue, Bitcoin and Ethereum both look like they're at a key resistance level, a support resistance level. That if it can hold this, you want to see follow through to the upside. Or if you get a rejection, go retest the lows and probably take those out. Gold look like it's testing highs. Silver still trying to figure it out. GDX testing highs. SILJ look like it's ready to test the highs of 3006. RSP hanging out at the highs. Max look like it's about to go make a trek towards the highs. VIX look like it's ready to take out the lows. NDX, SPX, SPY, QQQ all look productive, pulling back slightly right here. The Russell and the Dow hanging out here at the high, still waiting for Tesla to go ahead and make a break back towards the high. Meta just took a turn for the low, bear flag, break to the downside. Palantir, H pattern starting to play out. Micron is looking like it's about to have a potential bear flag break. Watching Microsoft and NVDA as well for more market direction. Google, after it had a nice little bounce, look like it wants to consolidate. Apple's want to consolidate as well. Still see the base on AMD, but it's looking more bullish than bearish. And the base on Netflix is looking more bearish than bullish. Broadcom is starting to turn to the downside on its base. Amazon pulling back slightly at downtrend resistance. You see Adobe pulling back, Hood pulling back. Starting to see a bearish lean overall. Still bullish overall on the market.
Hey, Joker, you there?
Yes, sir.
Looking at Goog, I'm obviously bullish, but one thing that caught my eye is based on today's close, it'll, it'll close H4, and tomorrow H5 is 6%. So I'm thinking a short lotto on the downside.
Okay. Check the imbalance thing in my Bob and let me know what you see.
I'll check the imbalance thing, Bob. Wash. Well, actually, no. It's a little more call heavy. 29,000 versus 18. Slightly call heavy. Ceiling 315. PML 304.
What's stock price at?
310.
Floor?
290.
S&P starting to lose high a day. We'll see where this candle closes, but if it continues to fall here, watch for that magnet at 68.65 to bring it back in. But I'm hoping it holds high of day here, and we see this thing just start staircasing its way up to 6,900.
I posted it and tagged you, so you have the screenshot. But I'm still leaning kind of bearish for a little pullback. It's near ceiling, and PML is lower, and it's an H4. So
Ticker AAOI. Preparing for its next leg up, cleared high a day, cleared 36, currently holding 36, up 16.5%. Told you the next support or next resistance level is 37 mid. Think we're headed there. AAOI.
Oh, one thing I didn't mention, November open 68.82. So keep that in mind for a particular level on the way up there for some resistance. 68.82.
Tickers, Joseph here. Your defense stocks, your HII, your GG, your RTX, your LMT, all strongly on the upside today, right now. And at that time to comments.
Thanks, sir. Come on, Tesla. I need you to push past this level right here. I got a level at 493.50. I need Tesla to push through. If we can push through that, we headed back to the highs, boy.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Sorry, I had a call. Boeing, if you grab those 215 puts with me, they're up 12% right now. Boeing.
Bing bong. We did
Let's
say
go,
this is
boy.
Boeing near the top of this
Boom.
move. Nicely done, bro.
Yes, sir.
Where's the bell? I'm looking for a short-term Goog put.
Yeah. I think I'm going to trade with you guys for another half an hour, man. I'm struggling over here. This cold or whatever I have is kicking my ass, bro.
Man, you should be going and taking care of yourself. You tripping.
True. Yeah.
Don't feel no special obligation to us. Obligate yourself to getting better.
That's true. Yo, I need you guys to help Big Kev out, too. But yeah, I think I'm going to just go ahead and jump off then, man.
Yeah, man, I've been feeling like shit too, but I feel better.
Yeah, there's no volume. Oh,
Yeah.
easy. Well, I was saying there's no volume. There's no point,
Yeah,
bro,
true.
to even trade this shit.
All right, guys. I'll hit you guys up later tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I feel better, bro.
All All right, cool. Thanks.
Take care.
Peace, bro.
Yeah, the floor on SPY guys is 680, ceiling is 685, and pivots 683. So you literally have a $5 range on SPY for the whole day from floor to ceiling. That's horrible.
Yeah, we got great value this morning. So I'm getting ready for the gym, like I mentioned earlier, but I'm actually about to leave right now. I'll be back though, in about an hour if you guys are still going.
All right, bro. See ya when you get back.
Yes, sir. Great job, guys.
Well, I mined the 305 put lotto on Goog for this week, but I hate weeklies because it's gonna move so fast, and then I gotta get next.
Yeah, that motherfucker gonna move fast.
Man, the 305s for next week are $3. That's so expensive. I don't.
That thing is gonna move like it's Wednesday afternoon.
I know. That's the problem. My dumbass is gonna forget I'm in it because I'm probably not gonna trade Wednesday anyway, and then Friday, who knows?
And don't forget that Wednesday we close at 1 p.m. PST.
Yeah, EST, not PST.
I'm sorry, EST. My bad.
You're good. You'll be sitting there with.
Hey, I thought I heard PST, but I'm like, nah, I'm tripping. He said EST.
Yeah, if I lived in San Francisco, I would always think about PST, but I think PST.
Nah, you're fine.
Are we open on Thursday and Friday or
Friday,
no?
close early on Wednesday, close Thursday. And then next week, close Thursday.
Yep. And then next year, probably more close after the new federal thingamabob that Trump put in place.
So half a day Wednesday, close Thursday this week, and then just only close Thursday next week.
That is correct. But of course, you'll have your offices closed, your federal offices closed on Fridays.
All right, ticker lottos, 305 or 300 puts for January 2nd on Goog. This is a lotto because of the short week and all this other crap. Filled at 160.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hang out in these Tesla calls, ride or die, boy. I don't know. Maybe my Q lottos will bounce back to life. Who knows? We'll see.
Man, you're gonna need a heart transplant, not even CPR.
Who that there?
With this volume. What?
Who gonna need heart transplant? Me?
I said no. Your calls need.
You talking about the Q calls? Yeah. Yeah.
The volume is ass,
yeah, I know.
bro.
I'm down 38% on them and shit, but whatever. We'll figure it out. They were cheap. It cost me $26.
Don't you love it when VIX is like 14, bro? Everything's so cheap. Just fucking, it's great.
I know, right?
But everything moves.
Hey
slow
man, it
as
don't
fuck
matter,
'cause
bro.
there's no volatility.
This is when Archie does the best, bro. Because he shorts VIX and then longs everything. And that's all you need to do.
So my D-Wave calls are looking pretty good. QBTS.
Are you still in?
Yeah,
no, it's Bull Bear and Island Q. Are you in RG whatever too, or no?
Rigetti?
You're Rigetti?
No, I'm not. Nope, not me. I like to play D-Wave, QBTS. That's the one I like to play. But I will play Rigetti and I will play Quantum Computing, QUBT. But to me, D-Wave is the play. It's always been the play back when it was $2 and everybody was talking about this isn't even a real company. It doesn't have any type of quantum compute, anything, when they didn't understand how, D-Wave's processing, how their qubits work, right? So, I don't know. Oh, AAOI hit 37. See if it can clear this 37 and keep pushing. Just can't stop, won't stop. Matter of fact, let me go look and see what Light and Coherent are doing. Yeah, they catching the bid too. So you could have played any of the optical plays and you'd have made some money. COHR looking like it's lagging intraday and probably is set to make the bigger move overall. I don't know. Just looking at their daily time frame. Oh, COHR pulls back to 186. I just might buy it.
On these low volume days, you want to be selling premium, not even buying.
Oh, what is that, sir? Explain to me how that works.
I don't know, bro. You gotta ask somebody else.
Okay.
Rocket Lab, whoever's in that thing is full bull. Rocket Lab, RKLB, can't stop, won't stop, intraday. Man, this looks nice.
A better short, believe it or not, AJ, is Meta.
Damn it.
That has a 4-to-1
Meta.
ratio. Your Google volume is actually not gonna work probably. You took a lotto.
I took a lot
But
for next
Meta,
week, bro.
you could short that bitch.
Hold on, I gotta pull up Meta. I took a lot for next week. I hate playing Meta because of how fast that thing moves, and I always get caught at the wrong time watching it.
You gotta swing it though.
I know. So what am I? All right, hold on. I just pulled it up. 80%, 657. What are we trading at? 658.
Yeah, Meta is full bear. When I talked about how Meta rejected that bear flag, the potential bounce, Meta turned full bear, took out that low, that H pattern fallout. So now, to me, Meta once it bounces, as long as it doesn't get over 662, that's the fade. Clear 662 is just a change of character intraday, and it'll probably go test higher resistance levels.
I don't know if I agree with that, Joker, because if based on today's close, it'll be an L3, and then an L4 tomorrow's 9%. So you're fighting a 9%.
Go check the imbalance, my G.
Oh, damn it! Gotta do more work. All right, hold up. You're gonna fight the imbalance over the odds?
Hell yeah, because 9% is 9%. I've seen that shit happen regardless, though.
I just got a text. Looks like Strategy finally pauses Bitcoin purchases. I guess it's not.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. They went this whole last quarter and didn't make one single Bitcoin purchase.
It's not.
Or over the last month or two, whatever. I saw that this morning.
Yeah, I guess it's not working anymore. The Ponzi scheme.
I'm probably about to short Palantir back down to about 188, maybe.
Calls out the money 84 plus 3, 88,000 calls total and 40,000 puts total. Now I see why you said that. They better burn the shit out of these calls.
And that's also after this morning's drop. That's the funny part. So.
Oh yeah, I just ran it. That's right. Okay. I'm on the train with you, bro. Time to short Meta more. Which one's you in?
I took the 660 weeklies. I ain't buying no out the monies, bro.
Okay.
You could buy out the money with time, but I took weeklies.
I know because you buy weeklies, so that makes sense. I'm gonna buy the 650s for next week. Costs the same amount, bro, as the one you just paid for this week.
For next week?
Yes, sir. You don't even need that move for 650. You just need like
I'm about to grab them too.
you just need like a $3 drop and you're fine. You don't even need that whole move.
Ooh,
Okay, I'm gonna
no,
grab 'em.
Micron might be a better short.
Uh-oh.
I've been saying, bro, I got out of my calls and shorting long term, but yeah, I don't know where to go now. I'm just waiting. Where do I go in?
Who's the CEO from Micron? We
Oh,
could call him.
crap. I don't remember the name.
Was Micron in the money on its call wall this morning? Yeah, it was. And it bled. Its call wall was at 263.3. What's Micron at now?
270.
Look,
270.
Okay. Yeah, so 263 is going waterfall like really bad. So mark that level, 263.3. Until then, Big Kev, I wouldn't even short it.
yeah,
They can just keep bouncing it.
well,
Fighting the market.
yeah, I'm sitting here looking at this. Yeah, you're right. 263. That's exactly what I'm looking at too.
Because Apple did that bullshit last week until it finally broke like on Thursday. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, if you kept trying to short it, they kept ripping it in your face. That shit was annoying. And then Thursday, they finally let it cut.
Oh, the 50% band target Joker, shocker, 649.88. And I grabbed the 650s.
And check its floor too.
Way down there. Not even. I unclicked X, but
It's at its pivot of FYI. So
yeah.
it breaks pivot, it's gonna go to its floor for the week.
Meta just fell off a cliff. Damn. Did Hood fall too? Oh wow, Hood gave up its entire move. Oh. Okay.
Wait, so what was Meta ceiling? Because I almost feel like this morning's pop was a book closure.
I have no idea. Its
I
call
think
wall
it
was
was
704. Didn't it break that?
No, 693
No, 673.
was the
Not even
top.
close. No, so it's still protected.
70. No, but what was its ceiling? Not the call.
I don't know how to go back.
To rerun the OMM?
No, but like back in time when it got before it got readjusted.
No, I'm talking about today.
Oh.
Just run it for today.
Oh, okay.
I think that's literally where it smacked down from this morning.
All right, rerunning it. I forgot the number.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tesla did the same. I'm actually wondering if they close their books on the mags on a Monday and just they'll let the rest of the week rock. FYI, for the listeners, just a reminder one more time, anything we say on here is not financial advice. And majority of the time it's lotto. Risk your own money and play with your own money and know your parameters. That goes without being said.
Indeed. Ticker QBTS still going, getting a nice surge of volume right here, creating a nice little stick, testing 32. These $35 calls I got for January OPEX up 31%, moving up my stops. boy. Jeff, you still trying to outrun the cartel? Oh no, I forgot you still in there. You in Arizona still. You still trying to outrun the Scorpions?
Is that the euphemism for going to Starbucks now?
Yeah, that's what I call going to Starbucks.
Jeffrey's the only American that wants to get deported, but they won't deport him.
Crazy, right?
680.5. It got pretty close. $7 away and got smacked down. Well, I don't know if that's close, but that's semi close.
That's pretty close.
Pretty close.
It's a lotto. We took a lotto.
No, I know, but like
Let's
it's for a stock that big. That's pretty close.
Come on, Tesla. I need you to push through this level. Come on, Tesla. Stop acting like a little girl and put your big girl pants on.
Rivian holding 22 pretty strong, just moving sideways like a heartbeat.
Yes, sir. That's why I went ahead and grabbed Commons on that. I just bought Commons, so now I can just sit through the chop.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I got Commons and calls. I got the June 25s and March 20th. I'm just riding those.
So keep an eye on all the solar plays I talked about. I alluded to it earlier today. I got CSIQ and NXT as my solar plays. I seen some first solar. Jeffrey sent me some first solar option flow, order flow earlier today. Didn't really pay much attention to it because I got what I can allocate towards solar in Canadian Solar Index Tracker. So, but for first solar was catching a little bit of a order flow earlier today. One of the listeners posted that they're in that as well. So just sharing that with you. Solar's probably about to catch a bid.
Just keep in mind that as rates come down, solar becomes more attractive because it's usually financed.
Yes, sir. 494 Tesla. Let's go, Tesla. I want to see what Tesla can do if it can get over the get to that 495.28 level.
SPY now breaking up above ORB high, IB high from IB traders. Not me though. Just letting y'all know.
He said, "Not me though." That's right.
No, I mean I just throwing it out for the people who need it. That's it.
Yeah, hell yeah, I can dig that.
Take a look at that CLS chart, bro. That thing keeps getting slammed with calls, but I don't know what they do. I have no idea.
Celestica, that's one of those Butters tickers. I don't know. I forget what they do. That's a Butters ticker. He's been liking that forever. He's a long hold on that. Been talking about that for years.
I'll go search his profile. Then I don't know what the hell it is that they do. No idea.
Yep, do a CLS search on his profile. You should find everything you need.
I'm wondering if he agrees to the other. I mean, I'm sure he's long as everything, but he's probably seen the flow. He just keeps slamming.
I don't think Butters trades order flow. Butters
Okay.
he's a different kind of trader. Like he's like one of them visionaries. He sees shit and correlates shit. Kind of puts it together in a nice basket in his brain.
It's true, he does. Okay, so I see his post. Oh, so basically, it's lower than it was 1026 when he posted about it 311. So it's pulled back from its all-time highs, which is obvious from 360. It's back in the 300 range. So if someone might like that.
Getting this nice little push on Tesla right here. Let's go.
Yeah, I need to buy some.
See if it can get to that 495.28. I got 495.28, 496.74. Then see if we can clear 499. I'm going to lock in a little profit, up 32%, and just let's see what the rest of this wants to do. Still have a stop set.
Oh man, no wonder Butters found this, bro. Just quick, if you want to hear, I did just some digging on CLS.
Go ahead.
Focuses on complex, high mix, low volume programs for aerospace, defense, industrials. They have last earnings were more than 50% growth over the prior year. Recent quarterly revenue was 2.9 billion USD, 21% jump year over year. So they're in networking they're in the networking, AI, industrial, aerospace, and defense.
Makes sense.
All right, you basically hit everything. Okay, now I like the stock even more now. All right, I'm gonna start grabbing some options on this. It's expensive to grab options, guys. So you're better off doing like spreads and diagonals. Like otherwise, you're just gonna be stuck in a random fill.
We're now in SPY ceiling margin on ES. 10 more points and she's done. AKA 50-cent SPY.
My SPY target was 686.10. Are we getting there? No. We'll fall a little bit short. Kev, look at that March contract, bro, for CLS. That's the one I SPY. 2,400 contracts loaded today. That thing does cost $3,000 though. I'm gonna put a spread on it.
Yeah, that's a ton of volume. That's a lot of money to pay for this thing, though. 410's got a little bit of volume too. 410, same.
So it's
expiry.
that spread. It's that
360s.
That's the same trader. That's the same trader on it.
Oh, 350, 360, 3 or 410. Okay.
Yeah. So that's that same trader. So he put about 2 million on that combined.
The trade I see is he did the 350 March and the 420 June.
Oh, there's a diagonal too?
Yeah, 995 contracts.
God damn, he's all over the place, bro. Did I see the same 360? What is? This whole trade is confusing me now.
410 was the March trade, also a March 300 350 spread. He hit the 360s twice. This all happened in the last 12, 13 minutes.
Yeah, I know. So there's that. That's a lot of bets on one stock all over the place.
AJ,
Yo.
This is why we can't call out stuff in here, bro. That ever since I called out Meta, 4,000 contracts got slapped.
Stop. I didn't say it. You said it. Don't look at me.
Y'all are crazy down there. We say lotto, bro. Oh my god.
Don't look at me, bro. You're the new Furu, bro. You didn't get the memo?
Yeah, I'm about to disappear from Twitter.
Shit, look like they slapping the shit out of the Tesla 500s for Friday. That's crazy.
Shocker. Yo, so what's that?
507 is the ceiling on
Professor,
Tesla.
what was the June date? The June what? You said the 410s?
It's banned, but it's June 8th.
Oh, my bad.
420s.
My fault. Sorry. I didn't know who was my fault, bro. My bad. Yeah, I see that now.
Professor's the basketball player. I can't be that name.
I got you. All right, I just got filled on those spreads for March. So I took a starter on those. I'm gonna add to those over time, seeing as how CLS does. Ticker MRK April 110 calls. Just took my next trim here, trading at 385 a pop, over 100 a con. Kev, go look at FLY, new high day, bro. Must be the defense thing for today with Trump. I don't know.
So who was that said they couldn't be professor? That's a basketball player. Was that you, Ape?
No, that's Dan. That was a little showman guy, Professor.
Yeah, Dan is the ape. Yeah, no, I remember the professor. I remember the professor. I remember 50. I remember Spider. I remember a few of those. Rafer, but
What do you
Skip to
mean?
Malou.
He's still doing it. He's still
Yeah, he's not still doing it. He ain't not like he was when he was younger. He was the shit when he was younger.
It's a monkey though, not an ape.
I thought monkeys were apes, but maybe not.
Apes are in GME. I'm in Bitcoin.
Bro, chill.
Yeah, uneventful day, man. Low volume to no volume. But Meta looking like it's taking out them lows, Bo.
Moving up stops on my Meta 660 puts up $150 a contract.
Let's go, boy.
Nice.
You got those 660, bro.
VELO look like it's ready to go test 15 again. Too bad this option chain is trash. Like non-existent. It's like it might as well not even be one.
Apes don't have a tail.
Never thought about that. You're not wrong. I never thought about that distinction, but apes don't have tails. Like chimps don't have tails, gorillas don't have. You're not wrong. I call bullshit though. I think you had to go look that up.
Oh, I did.
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
We come here to learn, though, right?
Indeed, we do. And I can say I learned something today. But I guess I kind of already knew it, but I just never realized it. But when you made the declaration, I had to think in my brain like, yeah, they don't have tails. Shout out Curious George. Curious George says, I am not an ape. I don't know if anyone plays MasterCard MA, but that's strong today. Visa strong today. Abercrombie and Finch ANF. That's been pretty strong today. Of course, everyone knows Poet's been strong today. We can talk about that, but JP Morgan, no one's talked about that in here that I know of, and that's relatively strong today. FedEx looked like it's about to make a move to the upside. FDX, especially after having a nice couple of moves over the last 2 trading days. FedEx looks pretty bullish coming off of earnings too. This is post earnings drift potentially. Hey Jeffrey, did you get lost at Albuquerque?
Bro, don't don't get him caught. He's trying to catch the border, bro. He's trying to get back into Mexico from Arizona, wherever the fuck he is. Feels like he's walking the entire state, bro. You need an Uber or Lyft, guys? A scooter, a bike, something, a boat. All right, I'm gonna chill.
I got a friend in Scottsdale. I don't know how close you are to there, but I can call him. He can give you a pick. He can scoop you up.
I've been to Scottsdale, bro. 2.5 years ago, I was near the military base they got out there or something, and then checked out a couple things. It is hot, but it's dope. But it is really hot. I couldn't.
Luke, right?
I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I got a friend who's his entire family is from Arizona, and he's from Oklahoma though. But then I got a couple of people who I know currently who just moved from Oklahoma to Arizona. So
yeah, a lot of people going to Scottsdale because the person I met out there is like, yeah, one of those places that's like 5x in prices and everything, or 3x or whatever the hell. Like it's kind of crazy. Probably have to go out there again later this year, so should be fun. Butters is here. I was using the other. Come on, Butters. We was talking about your ticker.
Shit, Butters then showed up.
Butters, we're talking about CLS. Where'd he go?
Yeah, Butters can talk about it betters.
Where'd he go?
In the refrigerator.
Yeah.
Unless you like soft butter. Keep it on the table.
I sent him an invite because I'm not seeing him on my screen.
Oh, come on, Tesla. Here we go. Here we go again. 495.28. Can we clear that? There go Butters. Well, where'd he go?
He's right there. I sent him an invite. Come talk about CLS.
495 Tesla. Let's see if we can push past that 495.28 towards that 496.74. You have to unmute yourself, Butters.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just clear. One of them went skyrocketed today. That one we spoke about a while ago, Lyle, Lyel.
Oh yeah, Mr. what's his name? Mr. Damn. Anyway, he loved that one a long time ago when it was pennies.
Who did?
What's the old man?
Lyle?
Or no, that was Linus. That was Linus.
Yeah, no, Lyle was the one that rounded bottom when we did with Shaw at like $18. It just hit $45 today.
Boom.
If Jeffrey's here, ticker NVO, that flow that we mentioned, 25% on those calls. I'm pretty sure Jeffrey didn't take it, but that's okay.
No, Jeffrey's not here.
All right, never mind.
No, Celestica is all about cloud services, right?
Yeah,
That's
so I spent 10 minutes digging into it, and then Kev said, hey, Butters done a lot of work on CLS. I went to your profile. I remember you mentioning it. I saw a huge flow hit, like crazy amounts on March and June, so now I'm in those. But, you know, I looked at the chart, got a little pullback from all-time highs, but it looks good.
Hell yeah.
All-time highs were what, 370s?
Yes, sir. It's at 300, literally, 302, whatever the hell it's at now. 300, 310.
Yep. Amazon uses them. A lot of people use them. Great company.
Yep. Aerospace, defense, medical, AI, infrastructure, 20%
Everything.
P over EPS last quarter, 80% year over year the quarter before that. So yeah, I just went and looked at your feed. You've been talking about it for a long ass time, but I'm liking it. I'm still liking it here. So yeah, thanks for your work. But just in case you're curious, because I don't think you play options, but what caught my eye was everybody slamming the 350 60s and the 410s and up for March and June.
Yeah. I'll look at them. I do play some options, but that one's been commons mainly.
Yeah, I'm probably sure they're playing it for the next earnings run up at this point, is my guess, unless some news comes out of left field. It is $100 out the money. Also, was Fly one of yours too? I know Heather mentioned it. Did you ever mention Fly?
Yeah, I was talking about it around 17s.
Yeah, apparently so they must have heard it from y'all. I've been chasing those 35 calls that are running. It's a new high day today. It's up huge. Feels like a butter ticker too.
Yeah, all the little SAT tickers are taking off. Rocket Lab, Space Mobile, SATS, GSAT. All of them.
HUT, Iron, Cypher, all the shitcodes, non-shitcodes, aerospace defense, all of it, the whole thing. Solar, like you said.
You've got a couple of OTCs that are kicking off. Tungsten, TUNGF. It's a tungsten play that's up about 10 or 12% today. Yeah, Lyle was that T-cell cancer program. The thing just shot up to the moon.
Yeah, I heard you mention that. I didn't.
Oh yeah, bio. I didn't look at it because it was bio.
Look at it because I got scared looking at the chart, but I heard you mention it. You know what's crazy? Vol D, which is for SPY, keeps making new high day. All SPY does is go sideways. So it's probably all the little guys running. All right,
Yes, sir.
taking my next trim here on FJet. The dude that mentioned it is gone. Divine. Anyways, we're at $15. I had an $8 entry, almost double on these comments. So getting out of here on my next trim up here, moving stops up, stops at entry. Oh, that worked.
Right here at that 495.28 Tesla. See if we can clear it. This is that little bit of resistance I talked about. We'll clear that next level up 496.74 Tesla. Just chilling. Cooler than the other side of the pillow. Shout out Stuart Scott. Rest in peace.
Yes, sir. BMNR about to go red, bro. Still got these puts, like I said. Still holding them. Let her lose 30 eventually.
You mentioned MSTR had stopped the Bitcoin purchasing, but BMNR, they still bought some more Ethereum just the other day, if you care.
Yeah, I know they did. It's just the whole crypto space is going to be in a lot of pressure the next couple of months. So they can keep buying. I'm just going to keep shorting.
Yeah, I'm bullish at least till the first week of January, but yeah, it's probably gonna be a little rough after that.
Yeah, I'm bearish on everything as long as 94 doesn't break.
Tesla 500 lottos might actually print.
I don't think we mentioned it, but Fly joined the Russell 2000 today.
So is that why it's running?
Yeah.
Gotta be.
Oh damn! I had no idea because that thing is up like a moon rocket today. I thought it's because of the news later today with possibly something with Trump and defense and shit, whatever. But damn, okay, up 15% today.
If you ever driving through Lim Passes to Austin, you'll drive right by their building as well. It's right there off the side of the highway.
I'll go check it out sometime when I'm down there. Thanks for that heads up, man. That's probably why these things are printing. There was so much flow on this too after y'all started mentioning it. Makes sense. Nah, Bull Bear shorting MSTR again, bro. I've been short this piece of crap. Thing is a garbage. Hey, damn, hey, Kev, you still here? Shout out to you, bro. You're almost. Oh wait, no, you're just a couple short.
What happened? What I do?
No, nothing. I was just checking to see if you broke that 440 number.
Ah, yeah, man. I ain't even paying no attention to that.
I might trim some more Fly then. If it's probably gonna pull back.
Man, Tesla is setting up to go clear 500 today, man. See at the top. We eating at the top. Get a spoon and a forklift. Every time I say that, what happened?
Yeah, mark this level that we keep bouncing off on SPY. It's bullish, but it's outside peak 684.46. Keep bouncing off of it, so that's the IV outside level for today. The upside 686.24, so another dollar, whatever. But I don't see the incentive to go there. For Qs, you have 621.24, which were rejected off in the first candle on the way down. So just keep that level marked.
So Fly got added to the Russell. Let's see. So Cheddar Flow is reporting some Goog January the 2nd, 2026 calls 322.5, 1.1 million sweep. 1.1 million sweep. So I didn't notice this, and I don't know if anybody said anything about it, but First Solar and NXT Next Tracker, the one I already hold, and First Solar I talked about, there was some flow for that. So 18 minutes ago, Wall Street Engine reports that shares moving higher after Alphabet, which is Google, and their $4.3 billion Intersect deal, because Intersect is a customer. It uses First Solar modules and has selected Next trackers plus True Capture on utility scale projects. So shout out to being early on Next Tracker. But yeah, First Solar, that's where that flow came from. But I probably should have grabbed First Solar instead of Canadian Solar. But whatever, I got comments. That'll move real big in sympathy. It's smaller too, and it's shorted. So yeah, I think I did the right move. Also, don't sleep on Nokia. Nokia will slowly trend right on back up to 8, then 10, then wherever. And okay. Ooh, glad I did not try to short Micron. God damn. Shout out Joker. Even though he's not here to hear the shout out. Looks to me like Palantir is the short. About the short Palantir. Palantir puts. Palantir 190 weeklies. Seems like I'm here by myself. Since that's how it seems, I'll catch everybody else tomorrow if anybody shows up. But I can do this by myself. By myself.
Up when they're down and kind of talking them down when they're up in order to keep long-term rates down. You know what I mean? Good talk. Because you've had like record amount of inflow of foreign like foreign investment in the United States has been crazy. Into equities.
Yeah, it's the cleanest, dirty shirt in the hamper. Yes, correct. Yeah, morning, everybody. Good afternoon, whatever it is. Monday, I think pretty much. Yeah, good stuff.
Where have you been, AB?
I've been busy,
twirling
man.
You've been twirling some copper wires around over there.
Dude, you had only know, man. I'm making fucking copper fishing lures. It's malleable, man. I'm making shiny objects to put a hook on, catch fish, put it on the table. Look at me. I'm in my gold room. Holy shit. You think that happened by accident? Jesus Christ. I didn't realize that it was going to hit 44.33 so quickly and break through that. So where do we go from here? Who knows with the gold?
You know the drill, AB. 2 minutes.
It's really, I don't have much, man. It's just holiday. Wish everybody a happy holiday season and everything. Spending time with hopefully
brother.
some friends and family and doing that kind of stuff. The real important shit. It's if it's not
Guys, we are getting a little bit of selling here into the S&P 500 after we hit that upside W formation target. Markets have been bleeding since. That being said, if you lose this opening range high, not really much support was established between this breakout zone. So opening range high is a near-term support, but again, you lose that, you could easily flush and backtest this higher high breakout candle. So keep your trades close to here if you're on the long side, because you can get a quick dip in the S&P if we lose this zone. The negative side is that you lost this 5-minute impulse candle. Not a good sign in the very short term. Structurally, though, the market's still putting in higher highs, but definitely could see some profit taking here. That being said, volume is also light, so they could easily bounce the market quickly. All right, you are back testing that 1-minute EMA. We will see if it holds. In all seriousness, guys, the market is getting a little bit heavier here. They defended that opening range once. Now they're selling it again. If we look at a very structural similar sell program that just occurred, it looks like SPY at least wants to head to 683.89. So we're probably going to pierce that higher high breakout zone on your SPY. We are still very bullish on your larger time frames. That being said, a little bit of backing and filling is actually healthy for the grand picture. Couple observations. Carvana going for a new low. We remain short CVNA off the 472.46 area. Still seeing the hourly candle on SPX, perhaps wanting to retest that 7MA, maybe very similar to what happened here off that last initial sell and consolidation. Don't know how deep they want to take this, but there's certainly a little bit of room to the downside if they want to give a little bit of extra profit taking. But again, the volume's pretty thin. I wasn't expecting too much of a down move off this area. I was actually expecting some sell side pressure into the 3 o'clock, 3:30 time frame. I thought they were going to keep us fairly elevated up here. I'm even surprised about this pullback. I thought they were going to burn more theta, and then once they have everyone kind of stopped out of their puts, because there's a few people that swung puts over the weekend. I know that for sure. We swung calls, and we were rewarded nicely with NVDA and SPY, but nevertheless, markets are definitely still in an interesting phase, but very, very bullish on your 4-hour, daily, hourly chart, no matter which way you think about it. Couple intra-market update. You got Amazon. Let's run through some of these charts right now. Amazon hourly chart still flagging sideways, looking a little bit structurally sound, like it wants to press higher, although if the market comes in, Amazon will likely fall. Microsoft has been weak all day. It is off of its lows, but still negative on the session. NVIDIA has just been chopping around in a very intraday range. Look at that range on NVIDIA, extremely tight. Again, the big level that we said on NVIDIA resistance was that previous little gap fill. I still think NVIDIA can retest its 50-day, not looking like it's going to do it today. That would be pretty crazy, but it still looks like it wants to press higher in the overall near term. Apple has been bearish ever since that fine announcement came out. Yet again, for the EU, still very, very bearish price action intraday on Apple. You can see the hourly chart does look like it wants to go lower. Apple will melt if it loses this green bar candle. This hourly chart push on the high volume is a pretty big area for Apple to try to hold. Google still remains fairly strong, building a bit of a bull flag pattern potentially on the hourly chart. Still above all of its key hourly chart moving averages, looking a-okay to me. Meta's been mixed. It's been a very weird, choppy, sloppy, potentially building a little bit of a rounding base here to move higher. Obviously, it hasn't broken that base. The areas that I'm watching for Meta, you do not want to see it lose this high volume green candle on the hourly chart. So if you're wanting to go long Meta here, it's not a bad risk to reward spot. Stop loss would be an hourly close below this green candle here. That's your high volume candle from Thursday. Okay, so Meta still looks decent and constructive. Tesla, TSLA. Tesla has been strong pretty much for the last few sessions, making a new all-time high spike today. Couldn't hold it, but it's consolidating at the upper end of its range, so it's still looking a-okay to me. That's your mega cap tech round off. Let's look at the NASDAQ QQQ. NASDAQ QQQ, we all know, has triggered an inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart. And right now you're just digesting and trying to consolidate some of these gains. That consolidation is very healthy for higher price. Where does the target give us? 626 on your QQQ. If we look at the NDX, very similar pattern, still just digesting some of the gains. You've recaptured some critical resistance. And there is potentially an inverted head and shoulders wanting to maybe form very shortly. SPX right now, the only real resistance that you're trading into is this wide range red bar and your previous little high pivot sell-off candle from November 25th. All in all, your next major resistance is going to be this downsloping trend line. That's the top of your wedge and your value area high.
I'd bet the next 10 is up because the bet would be
Markets are just pinned in this tight range, still consolidating bullishly above opening range high. There might be a little bit of a trade setup here into the final 30 minutes. I'm waiting for 3:30 to kind of roll around, and right now it's looking somewhat bullish, like it wants to push higher. But we could still maybe see a little bit of a dip lower. We've put in a high. This could be a little bit of an intraday lower high. We'll see. We're just forming a very tight wedge pattern here. Very tight wedge pattern intraday. And it is trying to break out here. Let's actually use the wedge pattern from this high. We'll see which way it wants to break out of the apex. High probability that they do a little bit of a fake breakout. So maybe it's a fake breakdown or a fake breakout, but could be a little bit of a liquidity grab here, and then they may want to sell this off late in the session here. See some more profit taking. Tesla dropping? Yeah, good observation. Tesla dropping a little bit here. Oh, that's actually a decent candle down on the hourly chart. Last 20 minutes, that's a hard dump on Tesla. Good observation. I didn't even see that. Google ripping, so liquidity flowing back into Google. Apple ripping. There was some flow on Google that hit the tape earlier. People were buying the January 300, so pressing Google here, buying in the money calls. So I did see some flow. Microsoft getting a nice pump here. NVDA kind of just trending sideways. Apple stuck sideways. All right, this could be a liquidity grab here, guys. Very aggressive to short it if you're wanting to take 685 puts. Very, very aggressive here. If you're even more aggressive, it's looking fairly strong here, like they're trying to break out of a 1 minute, but might be a little bit of a liquidity grab before they reverse us and sell us a little bit into the close. I do think they'll sell us. What would invalidate that is if we were to get a 3-minute close above this high wick, I would say that this chances of us trending to the upside are quite strong. So there's the liquidity coming in. See what happens here. Still trying to push this market a little bit higher. All right, that's a strong candle. That is a strong candle. Okay, so that's actually a positive candle so far. 3-minute higher close than this previous high wick. So we'll see what this next 3-minute does. Did you get a higher close on the 5-minute? No, no higher close on the 5-minute chart there. So still at technical resistance. You could still aggressively short this area. But keep your stops tight. Nasty little drop there. Nasty little rejection there on SPY, so it could be that liquidity sweep. If you're short of that zone, you're likely in profit already. Again, final 38 minutes here. Let's see if they sell us off, kind of like we saw here. Boom. Well, if you look at the structure of that sell-off that occurred into the end of the day, that was a 10, 20, 30, 40, 50-minute sell program. And they rebounded it pretty hard. Your dollar's still dropping. Natural gas has had a nice multi-hour bounce. Decent bounce in nat gas today, off of the lows. Still negative, but trying to firm up here a little bit. Nice decline on the Russell 2000. Pretty much that's gone through a multi-hour pullback. So again, look how extended the IWM was from its 7-hourly moving average. So the question is the SPX also going to backtest its hourly chart support? Could happen. It could happen. Crude oil still having a strong day, up 2.97% on WTI. WTI has been trendy all day. XOM trendy. You can see that transport stocks have had a little bit of a dip. FedEx still strong though, very strong. Interesting. Excuse me, guys. All right, NVIDIA is seeing some selling. So just took profits on EXEL. EXEL. Did a nice little write-up on this one in the investing group in early September when we were discussing this range breakout here. And we just trimmed our call options, $45 calls for next year, locked in 50% gain, and we did take profits on some of our common shares. So we still have half the position riding in the options and half the position riding in the shares in anticipation for a big breakout here. I mean, we could be setting up a monstrous move in this name here. So we'll see if this breakout sticks here. I mean, we should be going to 49 bucks pretty quickly here. Very strong chart. Take a look at this beautiful pattern on Amazon. Ascending triangle breakout, intraday, flat top neckline. Your base is there. Look at that beautiful ascending triangle. Statistically, a very bullish pattern, and we're literally breaking out right now. So this has got some serious run to the upside. Often what happens is it'll try to replicate the move from where the low of the triangle started here. So if we were to extrapolate that forward, potentially Amazon wants to hit to 234, and that could happen very quickly. That's just an intraday pattern. So we're looking at about another 2% move that could happen here in Amazon. SPY does look like it had a bit of a failed breakout there. So we had a high volume rejection candle. The S&P 500 could be in for a little bit of downside here into the close, guys. At 345, you got those Robinhood traders who are about to get liquidated. But definitely could be coming in here into the close. We'll see what happens. That's a nasty little rejection. You tried breaking out there. It was a big liquidity sweep on volume. Looks like they're trying to take us lower now. Session. You do have MOC at 4 o'clock, guys. MOC 4 o'clock. That's another thing you need to be mindful of. You'll get that liquidity pop or drop. Can happen very quickly. So if you're risk averse, close out your positions before that. If you're a little bit of a gambler and you've sized accordingly, then buckle up. Because it could be a fairly big one. We've seen a lot of different rotation today. So you're going to see some, in my opinion, some very interesting moves here in individual names. So MOC set to occur here in 4 minutes. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. SPY selling off into MOC for the time being. Excuse me, guys. So pretty nasty little rejection. Again, the volume is still fairly light today, guys, so MOC can be big, can be a big reaction candle. Coming in 2 minutes. Let's see what happens here. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Or a minute and 30 seconds. So far, SPY has sold off into that. A little bit of de-risking here into the close. Robinhood traders are now getting liquidated as they close some of those short-dated option positions. One minute. Tesla and Micron flush. I don't know. Usually they keep the stocks that are strong, but it could go either way. It could go either way. We're about to see what happens here. IWM has really fallen here. So just understand it could go either way. I really don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. You can see the big wicks already there. Big wick up. Amazon pressing. And now they're set to flush us. Let's see what happens. So far it does look like they want to continue dropping us here. Specifically off of this high volume candle. Reversal down, but I don't know how much they're going to drop us. Again, a lot can happen in 10 minutes. There will likely also be a very aggressive buy the dip. I'm expecting that. NVDA is still holding steady, not really dropping. IWM dropping pretty hard. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's kind of staying fairly steady there. Google trying to punch to the high side. Meta's coming a little bit. Microsoft, AMD, Micron, AVGO. S&P still seeing some sell side pressure. Now you're going to have some of the 0DT call buyers start to flush in here. Opening range high, guys. You're still bullish above that area. That's a very aggressive buy. I'm personally not looking to trade anything. So, you can see the S&P also firm up here. Just big push and then rejection. Crazy. All right, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. We will see you all tomorrow.